Hello and welcome everybody! Welcome back to the Jank Drawer. My name is Sam. This is the Jank Drawer, the home of all of your stories. And today we have a lot of things to talk about and a lot of games to play. We are approaching, I think, like week 7 of feeling like we're almost at the end of the Darkest Dungeon. And I don't know that we're actually that close to being to the end, but we're going to try and get as close to the end as we possibly can. Sorry, I'm getting weird audio things and like the way I hear my own voice. But we're going to do that. We also have some breaking news that like would have been great to talk about yesterday during our midweek football check-in, but breaking news since then has already happened, and it's going to be worth talking about. one of those things is that Chelsea have fired Liam Rossignol. Where is the... I'm trying to get something that is there of like the exact news on that. Because Liam Rossignol, and now in the 3 months that he has been in charge, since leaving Strasbourg to come to Chelsea, becomes the second manager to be fired by Chelsea this season. According to this, it says that Liam Rossignol still has a job. Let me check somewhere else. Yeah, they fired him. There you go. Yeah, so Liam Rossignol was sacked after 3 months. Word up! How's it going, Midnight Campaign? We're reveling in the schadenfreude of others, specifically Chelsea Football Club. Because if there's anyone whose schadenfreude you should be able to exploit for your own self-worth, it should be the horrible mismanagement of Blueco of the Chelsea Football Club, and the fact that 3 months after firing their coach, who had been doing very well in the Champions League for them and had gotten them into the Champions League and won them the Europa League, and was the coach that got my Leicester City promoted 2 years earlier, Enzo Maresca, in January. They then hired the Strasbourg coach, Liam Rossignol, or Liam Rossignol. He's got a very non-English name, but is English. And he made it all the way to the Premier League. He was managing Chelsea, and now after the historic losing run that they have gone on in the past couple of weeks, yeah, football is life, but for this one, and this is a reference you won't get yet, football is also death. As he lost to Brighton on Monday, and he has, as of yesterday, like 5 hours ago, he got sacked. So he's now out. Chelsea are going to have to find a third manager for this season for a weird span of games, because Chelsea, if I remember correctly, have 5 games left. They have 4 games left this season. So for the next 4 games, they have to find someone. To be fair, they have lost all 5 of their last games in the league. So they are on a historically bad run of form, losing just all of these games. They lost to Brighton, they lost to Manchester United, lost to Manchester City, they lost to Everton. Who else did they lose to? They also lost to Newcastle. Like, they're just losing to everybody. So like it does make sense, but it's also one of those, like, I listened to a really good podcast this morning about this whole topic. For the Tifo Football podcast, they brought in a Chelsea correspondent, and the main complaints that they have as a Chelsea fan base is about the current club situation and the ownership situation, being owned by Blueco, and having Todd Boehly as the chairman of the board for that, of just like the American ownership fundamentally misunderstanding and misrepresenting what people care about as far as European sports systems go, and managing this in such a way that it goes counterintuitively to everything that you would like it to do is, not ideal, and is kind of causing this massive turndown. And so they fired him in a weird spot, because like Chelsea has a very big game this weekend on Sunday against Leeds in the FA Cup semi-final. Like, they're still in with a shot to like win trophies this year. They are playing in the FA Cup semi-final against Chelsea, against Leeds. That's a semi-final that you'd expect Chelsea on any given day to actually win. With their current projections, honestly, Leeds will probably win this one. But it's a weird spot that they find themselves in as a club. But it's a really funny one because I think it's hilarious that Chelsea has somehow, in the few years since they have been acquired by the consortium that owns them currently, after they had been confiscated from Roman Ibrahimovic by the United Kingdom government because of Ibrahimovic's close ties to the political powers that be in Russia in the aftermath of Russia declaring war on the Ukraine. There's a whole bunch of stuff that went on there behind the scenes, and then it got acquired by this American company because the American financial markets and these investment firms are like, these silly Europeans, they don't know what they've got. If we acquire this company at we think it's not a football club, it is a lifestyle brand. It's a money printing machine, and so if we just keep buying it and investing on it, we can make money. Turns out, in the short amount of time that they've had it, which is I think like 3-4 years, they've spent billions of dollars. They've been like one of the major loss leaders in the world. And now they've gotten from the historic place that Chelsea was in, of just like, hey, we're one of the biggest clubs in football. We can just buy players whenever we need to, and like if we sell players, we sell them, but we don't need to sell players to buy more players. To the point now it's like, we treat players less as people and more like commodities that we're trading like it's a stock market. So we're trying to gather a whole bunch of people at high premiums that are young because they will amortize over time and develop, and then we can sell them on for a profit later, and then we can just print money. Not knowing that doesn't happen if you don't give them an opportunity to play, and their squad is so bloated that most of these players that they have bought never get to play. And so then therefore they never get to sell them, and so now they just are taking massive losses and have turned from a historically financial powerhouse to if we want to buy any good players, we have to sell the players we have, which is not a condition that other people that are contending for the same kind of things that they're contending in the Big Six do. Man City doesn't have to sell a player to buy a player. Man City just buys whoever they want, and then they trim their squad appropriately of being like, we bought these 3 midfielders, so let's sell a midfielder. Because we don't need that many, we want to give them the playing time. Stuff like that. So it's just hilarious to talk about and watch. But that's kind of the big thing that I had to talk about. Like I said, I listened to that podcast this morning, and I was like, what do you mean the day? So the thing is it's just like and this is one of the big things about the podcast that I listened to, and like their main point, and one of the things that I really liked and talked about is their main contention that they were talking about. It's not necessarily like a Football Manager thing. It's a cultural clash. Like, Chelsea is the most high-profile version of this. It's not the only version of this because there are other things that have done, but Chelsea is the first really big club in the world. We're talking like top 5 as far as like brand recognition and like total amount of money in the world clubs that has 100% American ownership. Everyone involved, both majority owners, minority owners, all of them are US based. And it is a really interesting case study in that, because the entire point of this was the people that have bought this, Blue Company and Clearfield Investment and all these things, are these large investment firms and like fiduciary firms that are financial institutions that are usually used to working in things like Wall Street and stuff like that. And so they took a lot of their learnings from American sports like baseball, where you can take economic principles and apply them to sports and just print infinite money, because that's what baseball is. Like that's what the whole Moneyball movie is about, is economy principles being applied to a sport to get results. And that doesn't translate, but it's also the arrogance of these people that are running these things, having so much money that they think that they just couldn't be wrong. That they're so smart, they've cracked the codes, they've done XYZ thing that is truly perfect and there's no wrong that could ever come from it. And then they look at these European clubs and these European markets and they're like, these are undervalued assets of like, this is such a worldwide phenomenon that everyone around the world has heard of what Chelsea Football Club is. And when Roman Ibrahimovic was forced into selling it because of sanctions placed on Russia in general, they're like, this is a super undervalued asset, we can buy it, and then we can just use it to print money. And all of the things that European management and like the history of the game have valued forever, we're going to show them because we're so smart and so much better than them. Actually, none of that matters. What matters is we're just so smart and we know finance and we know these things. And if we just apply all of our financial systems that we've been doing to this thing, it doesn't matter who our manager is. It doesn't matter that it's like the world needs to be more like American sports. And what they're learning is that doesn't work. And in fact, it is bad. And they're going to have to learn that lesson pretty soon because it's just like they're trying to force a square peg into a round hole that just doesn't fit. And it's causing a lot of issues because their whole thing is they're just like, up until this point, they keep learning like the wrong lessons, if that makes sense. Since their first lesson was like, oh, there's all of these young players that everyone who has played Football Manager, who's done anything, knows are these wonder kids that are playing in like small leagues on small teams all around the world. What if we just buy all of them? Because like Chelsea has on the books, I think, something like 60 players. Like it's a ridiculous number of people on their squad. And so like when they were in their first season under Maresca, they literally would do training and they'd train two different teams. They'd train the first team, which was 23 players that were all training to play in the Premier League. And then they had an entire second team that was another full 23-player team with no crossover. That was their Europa League team. They're just like, and this is the team that's going to go play, or the conference that's going to go play in the Europa Conference League. And they trained completely separately and against each other, which is just huge. Like that's way too big of a club to be managing and to give these players that are young and need meaningful playing time to improve and get better, to give them the playing time they need to improve and get better. And so then they're like, cool, well, if that's not working, how are we going to give these people more playing time at a high level? Oh, let's buy a club in a lower league that's going to be our feeder team. And so then they went and bought Strasbourg in France. And the people of Strasbourg, like the French fans, have been actively rioting ever since then. Like they just have been absolutely losing their minds about this. Because the thing about Strasbourg is this is a historic club. Like Strasbourg has been in the French top leagues for forever. They didn't want the buyout. Chelsea has just come in and now they have turned what was a proud, historically very good football team into a glorified feeder team that just gets no say in who plays for them. They just get whatever leftover. Clubs never grow big enough to split. Usually what happens is clubs split because they get too small, if that makes sense. It's the other way around. Essentially, if clubs get... So a great example of this is HSV in Germany, or Hamburger SV. We were talking about them yesterday. Hamburger SV is a thing that in the Bundesliga, there was actually 3 clubs in and around the city of Hamburg. And as they got bigger and bigger and bigger, they all just eventually in like the 70s became one club, Hamburger SV. And then generally what happens is if you get a really big club like that then falls down and gets out of the things and like money becomes tight, usually they have to go into some sort of financial dissolution. And then they will lose whatever it is, and various fractions and like factions will form and split into smaller clubs that inherit different parts of the legacy of the bigger club, or the Phoenix Club, which means they dissolve entirely and then a new club is created to try and do that. So like clubs usually don't ever split because they get so big, they split because they get too small. And as they get bigger, they actually sometimes Yeah, exactly. It's very much it's a gringos thing of just like it's just the whole podcast that I listened to this morning was very much talking about just like it was a podcast where they brought on a reporter who is one of the people that covers Chelsea, but she's also a finance reporter and a Chelsea fan, to talk about her thoughts on this. Yeah, buying all the clubs, angering the French. Well, it's come to a head now in that like they had a massive protest outside of the Chelsea game this weekend because the Chelsea fans are trying to protest against the current ownership to be like, hey, you need to like turn this stuff around. Like, you got to figure this out. We're super tired of you doing all of these things that we hate, of like bring in a manager that actually cares or like can actually be a manager. Like, stop trying to think. Her whole point was the arrogance of it all, of these American ownership groups trying to come into a sport and treat it like an asset and not like a thing of historical and genuine significance. Of like, in a lot of the world, a thing that a lot of Americans will never understand is the like how important culturally and historically these teams are and this sport is to the people that live in the cities and towns. And in the case of Chelsea, it's like not even the city or the town, it's like the neighborhood of London that Chelsea is in. Like, West London is all about Chelsea, just like North London is split between Tottenham and Arsenal. Like, it's just one of the many London clubs, and it is just that area of London is all about Chelsea. It's a whole thing. And it means so much to so many people. And they're just like, yeah, but we don't care about that. We just care about making money. And then, hilariously, they're not even making money. They're losing so much money. And it's getting into a lot of problems of just like, one of the other big complaints is most clubs get a lot of money because of sponsorships, of just like, hey, we charge these exorbitant amounts of money to let you put your company's name on our kits or like on our stadiums and stuff like that. And Chelsea for 2 years has not had a kit sponsor because what we learned behind the scenes is a lot of companies keep offering Oh yeah, 100%. Human meaning versus asset management is the culture of the modern U.S. And it's not even like a concept in most other countries, especially most like footballing nations, where it's just like, hey, this is something that's so important to us. But to them, it's common sense of like, no, human meaning is way more important than asset management. And the people that are the ruling elite of the U.S. economy, that are the people that are trying to invest and buy all of these European clubs, because they just have somehow discovered the infinite money glitch in the version of the simulation we all live in, don't think in that way. They think in like, oh, it's just asset management, and it leads to just everyone hating them. But they don't care because they're printing money. It's a weird whole thing. That was a fun one. Overall, it was a good podcast, and I did enjoy listening to it, but it was like, they spent a lot of time talking about Rossignol getting fired at Chelsea. And then another large part of it was talking about the other crazy news story coming out of this week is that there is apparently ongoing talks between the Italian and the U.S. governments around the World Cup of trying to get it to petition FIFA to allow Italy to go to the World Cup instead of Iran because of the current war in Iran. And so they're like, hey, we want you to allow us, a team that did not qualify for the World Cup and has no right being at the World Cup, to take the place of this team that qualified rightfully for the World Cup by winning and just being one of the best teams in Asian qualifying. Because I think that's a good sign. I do think it's better than what apparently did happen, in that most of the protest was them just chanting the name of the last owner, which is Roman Ibrahimovic, who's a Russian oligarch that is very strongly pro-Putin and pro-war. So like also not a good look for the Chelsea fans. That's who they're chanting, and there was a big explainer in the podcast I talked about of like, yeah, I know they were doing this. What you need to know contextually is in the history of English football protesting, which there is a very long and rich history of it that has happened all across the time and place of, just English football, is that historically, if you are disappointed with the person who's in charge, who is running things, and you don't like what they are doing, the generic, like, base level, this is what we are going to be chanting to say how much we hate the current guy, is you just chant the name of the last guy. And unfortunately, in this instance, the name of the last guy is not a great name to be chanting. It's really not. And so... yeah, so it's a whole thing. And then you've got Italy trying to petition to get into the World Cup by doing that. And they're trying to pitch it as a way of, like, trying to mend the rift between the Pope and the papacy and Donald Trump as a, like, well, we could mend this by letting Italy come to the World Cup. And I was like, all of this is at, like, a geopolitical level ludicrous. And then at a sporting fairness and competitive level, insane. Because it's like, you want us to let a team that could not qualify and was honestly kind of jerks about it the entire time. Because, like, the scenes, like, there is no more karmic justice in the world than the fact that Bosnia and Herzegovina beat Italy to qualify for this World Cup. Because Italy, since Bosnia and Herzegovina had to beat Ireland to get there, and when Bosnia beat Ireland to get to that game, there was a whole bunch of clips going around of the Italian national team celebrating so uproariously that they had to play Bosnia instead of Ireland. Because, like, oh, anyone and their mom can beat Bosnia. None of us could have maybe beat Ireland. And then they lost to Bosnia, and I'm like, this is what you deserve. And then it's also just hilarious that, like, they haven't made 4 World Cups in a row. It's been so long, and it's so funny. They haven't made a World Cup since they won the World Cup in 2006. Like, they just... maybe they made the one... I think they went to 2010, but, like, they've made 1 World Cup since they won the World Cup the last time, and that is hilarious to me. And now they're just like, hey, because you started this war in the Middle East, maybe we don't let the Middle Eastern country come to... And, like, my whole argument on that is, like, honestly, if we're going to do that, Iran was not the aggressor in that war. We were, as the host nation. By that logic, we shouldn't be allowed to compete in our own World Cup, and they should move all of the World Cup games to Canada and Mexico. Like, if we're doing the, like, we don't want to reward the aggressors, that's what you got to be doing, which, like, is a whole other conversation. But yeah, no, it's wild. It's wild. It's one of those where I'm like, I didn't have a lot to talk about, and, like, I was maybe going to talk about the play that I went to last night or things like that when I got on, and I was like, this is going to be fun. And then I listened to this podcast this morning. I was like, oh, it's been 24 hours since I, like, was reading the news in preparation for our football stream and was talking about football. And so many things happened while I was gone. Like, so many things. So that's just some of the things I want to talk about. We can get out of that now, though, and we can get into the game, because I do want to try and make significant progress today in Darkest Dungeon, because we do want to just make Darkest Dungeon. So, we are getting to the point where... That's the wrong button again. We don't want to go to the circus. Stagecoach... None of those are people that I want. we have identified our DD1 team. We have identified our DD2. We've identified 2 of our DD2 team. We have our DD3 team. 2, 3, 4. And we have 1 person set aside for DD4, which is Busquets. We need to get Joland and Durjardin leveled up. Busquets as well. The switch didn't work? I do think that is a nice epilogue. My whole thing is it's very much of like, I thought we had entered the end game of Darkest Dungeon like 4 weeks ago, and I was like, oh man, we're so close to finishing this. And now we're still playing it. I was like, honestly, that light I saw at the end of the tunnel might not have actually been there. Like, we are so far away. We also didn't play last week because of freak weather. So I do need to try and figure out where we are and what we need to be doing. Like, I know we have our DD teams. We're working on getting a DD2 team. We, I think, are trying to train up a second Hellion so that we can have 2 different Hellions for 2 different DD teams, which I think is a good idea. We're also training up this Plague Doctor. Is that because we had a Plague Doctor die? We have Balioi. Oh, we had a Plague Doctor die, okay. We still have to do Drowned, and then I think there's 1 more Weld boss we have to do. And then we have the Countess to kill. So that's gonna be our plans, I think. Like, what would we need to do go do a Drowned crew right now? So Drowned crew, we'd want to do something like this. We'd want Reynald, I think, is someone that we want to take to one of the Darkest Dungeons. I think he's a DD4. Yeah, Reynald is a DD4. Include. So we want DD4. We also want a Hellion for this one. So which of our 2 Hellions would be best for this? Goland has a higher virtue chance. Ashwil, we don't actually really here. Stun resist. Say Joland is our DD4. Okay, Drowned crew, Crusader, Grave Robber. Let's find which one of our Grave Robbers we want to bring, or which one we can bring. Linum is our Slugger, Unholy Hater. Linum can be our one we bring. So there's Linum. Plague Doctor. Balioi is scared out of his mind, so we shouldn't bring him. And then Vestal, we could bring Thano. So we would need to wait for our Plague Doctor to do this one. So I'm fine with that. We can wait a week for our Plague Doctor. then what we should probably do is we should get the weld, one of these weld dungeons. Do just this short champion. Yay, Thornville can come. And then if this is our DD1, this is our DD3, that means that Levitt has to be our DD4. Highwayman. Honestly, fun-wise, probably fine. Rack and Ruin. Just do this short wield. We can do Lioness Warbane. Why not? Legendary Bracer. Honestly, Brawler's Gloves, since we never wanted to be anywhere other than there. You can have the Padlock. And chains. Ancestor Scroll. Ancestor's Lantern, Ancestor's Scroll. This, actually, we should probably replace both of these. It's pitch black in here, agreed. I can't see in here at all. There was a light at the end of the tunnel, and now the light is just gone. We want to bring the portrait, and because we're bringing the portrait, we should bring a book. It is the darkest dungeon I've ever been in, but the thing is we haven't even been to the darkest dungeons yet, which leads me to believe that there has to exist in some state a dungeon even darker than we can comprehend. There. We're gonna hope that this short is easy enough that we can actually do it, because we just want to get levels on these people, and then we can go do boss fights. So 10 food. We need one more food. There we go. 10 torches. 1 key. Herb, 2 bandages, and 3 antivenom. I know. That is the thing. It's like it has to be some metaphysical or philosophical darkness that we are going to face. Some eldritch, unknowable evil. Because otherwise, like, how does it get any darker than the fact that the lights are all off? Okay, so we have to do 100% of room battles. And everyone's starting incredibly stressed, so... You know, loving this. Loving this. Woo! There we go. Turn the smells up. There you go. That would make sense. That would be the worst. Just make everything unreasonably stinky and smelly at all times. Good damage, at least. Bad accuracy. Yeah, exactly. Everything wet and squishy. It would be really scary if they made us, like, go inside of a large body, or if there was, like, a whole bunch of exposed organs or something. Jeez, our Hellion has missed every single attack. It is getting a little ridiculous. It would be a neurodivergence patient's nightmare. Or, as my therapist likes to put it, as she calls me, neurospicy. Although, I don't really have any of the issues that come with, like, sensory stuff. I mean, I don't hate the term. I think it's a pretty nice term as far as all things go considered. Take all that. It is a fun term. It's also one of those where it's like, it doesn't feel like it's infantilizing, but it does feel like it's making a serious topic more approachable, which is, I think, is the whole goal of the going to therapy. Is just like, hey, let's talk about the things, but make them in a way that we can understand them and that we like going on. Big damage. There we go. Obliterated. Troubling effigy. I mean, both of Weak Griffin Life and Zoophobia are really bad. We don't care actually about you ever. This one's also pretty bad. Endure Jardin we would like, but I think Joland is the one. Oh, they just gave them Robust. Okay. Big scouting? Dice. Oh, crap. The thing from the stars. This sucks, but it will be a good clip. Okay, so our big hope here is we might have to just get you going. Can you get you bleed? There, okay. So there's some bleed. Yeah, the thing from the stars is one of the many enemies in this game that is just kind of like, it's a wandering hall boss. It can give you some really interesting rewards, so it's like worth killing, but it is also just like, it hits everything. Stars, exactly. Thank you, Emo Pyro Necrosis. Okay, we are going to just immediately go into transform, and we're going to start doing transform shenanigans with our A-bomb, because that's the only way we beat this. The good thing is it generates those big gem things, and we can use those gem things to heal, which is nice. Honestly, I think we just keep putting the debuff on this guy every turn, and then you keep trying to stack bleed, and you do our damage. It is quite dark in here. I don't know that I'm familiar with Nemesis. Oh, there's a good damage. Ah, Resident Evil 3 Remake. Fair enough, fair enough. I have, on the very long list of games I have never played, every Resident Evil is on that list. I have never played a single Resident Evil, and therefore that is why I did not get the reference. I think they're super cool games. I just have never played any of them. And, you know, maybe now that we're doing this streaming thing, that is a thing that we change in the near future. Turn to the stars. Okay, so we're gonna get a stress proc on this. Yeah, that's the kind of the whole thing is like, horror is not my genre of choice in any way, shape, or form. Which is, you know, fine. I don't disparage anyone that does like horror. It does mean that I have gotten to a point in my life where it's weird that a lot of, like, for how much I dislike horror, so many of the people in my life that are very that like a good portion of my friends are all really, really big horror fans. This is the closest to like horror that I enjoy is Darkest Dungeon, because Darkest Dungeon isn't spooky. It's like eldritch horror. Big crits. I would say this is definitely a horror game. It's just one that I would view as like much less horror and much more. It's not like Eldritch Horror. Emo Pyro Necrosis, you are right. I definitely misspoke there. This is an Eldritch Horror game. That's all it is. Big damage. There we go. Yeah, it is a horror setting. It's not a spooky game. Like, the game itself is not about, like, trying to scare you. Like, it's definitely, like, as far as genre is concerned, definitely not a horror game. And then as far as mechanics are going, it's much more of, like, a mystery trying to solve out all the Eldritch Horror things, which is very Eldritch Horror. Eldritch Horror, at its core, is a bunch of mysteries. I agree with Dark Souls. Of like the world is spooky, but the game is not spooky itself. Exactly, exactly. Emo Pyronecrosis, you get it. Oh, huge heal. Massive crit on Tornville. Okay, so they have 28 HP. Mai is irrational. Oh, that transformed him? That's not good. Exactly. That is the whole conceit of the game. Sky Taint? That's a horrible disease name. Jeez, we're doing bad damage now. No. Can we get a blight? He resisted the blight too. We're doing like 0 damage to this idiot. Fearful. Dying of taint, depending on the situation. Yeah, but like this is Sky Taint, whatever that means. Passed his turn, which means we have to do this now. We have to get rid of that blight. Another Sky Taint. Please let me take a turn. There we go. Huge. There we go. 3 HP. Can we do 3 damage, please? Don't die? Didn't die. Did die. Okay, had a heart attack. Hate that. Hate that. Okay, so can we just get this kill, please? Because now we've lost a very important character, which is annoying. But yeah, no, that's a cool story, Emo Pyronecrosis. Tornville went hopeless. At this point, we are just going to have to run from this dungeon, but we are going to run from this dungeon after we have killed this monster. He has literally 1 HP. Come on, Tornville. Heart attack. Perfect. He used the same thing I was going to use. Heals his sanity. Heals him. Can we please... There we go. We killed the thing from the stars. That's all that matters. We'll take all of this. We're just going to immediately abandon this quest. Because we now have to go either rethink all of our teams or go get another Hellion. By prismatic stability. Okay. don't hate that. That's a risk that we ran. Like, we knew that that was a thing that could happen, is we could go into that dungeon and fight that monster, but it was also just like it's so rare for that to happen that we're like, it's never gonna happen to us. And then it immediately happened to us. He has Sky Taint and Hemophilia. Tornville. They're charging. Monceau. Okay, so unfortunate outcome, but that is the Darkest Dungeon lifestyle. Now we just have to wait until we find another Hellion, which is, you know, also unfortunate. Yeah, it gives you go back through the magical portal to the Capcom universe. We did also kill it, and it did drop something really cool, in that we now have the Thing's Mesmerizing Eye, which is nice. Just gives us a whole bunch of crit if our HP is below 40%, which is super cool. And now I can go be Leon Kennedy's problem. Exactly. There you go, Emo Pyronecrosis. Oh yeah, the thing is like we keep losing Hellions, which is really unfortunate because they're one of the best classes, and this is now, I think, our second dead Hellion. But it's our second dead Hellion in like 15 weeks, which is annoying. Okay, so that does mean that we still have to do a wield to eventually unlock the wield boss, but we now have a team that can go do this pretty easily. Percy. Exactly. They never want to be named after Hellions. Never. Bosanket. We could bring him now. Okay, so this is going to be our Drowned Crew team. We're going to go kill the Drowned Crew. Okay, Colombier we don't need to do. Gothic and Anemic we want to lock in. See, that's the thing, is like we're not even playing like a torchless run. Like we could make this game even harder if we played without torches. Just want to like all of those in. Patient Cells is our last one we could get here. We're quite a ways off. What are torches? Exactly, Emo Pyronecrosis. Torches are the only way that we stay alive. Is in the light, in all of the darkness of this Darkest Dungeon. And even then, it's still so dark. Water torches are a thing. They're definitely not in this game a thing. The things you toss on the floor. Are you a torchless runner, Emo? I will say, the thing that got me to start playing this game is I watched a streamer that played a torchless Blood Moon run. And I was like, oh, that seems really fun. And I think that is the reason that I've never finished this game. Is I liked it that way, and so then I almost exclusively played torchless blood runes, and then I would get to a point where it'd either get too hard or get too difficult that I'd never finish it. Which is why we're specifically not doing it in this playthrough, is because I was like, I just need to actually, and for how much I love this game and how many hundreds of hours, having never finished it really annoys me. So I'm like, we're gonna have to just finish this game. We are bringing you because we want Unholy Slayer. Letter opener. Halzen. Bring our plague doctor. That is funny, Evo Pyronecrosis. I would like to say, Rat King, that it's because you're a silly little guy, but you can make your own decision on how you feel about that. There it is, Sacred Scroll. Divine Comfort and Dazzling Light. We have Dazzling Light and we have Divine Comfort. Noxious Blast, Incision, Battlefield Cure, Lunge and Shadow Fade. Some do use those. I just try to be polite and kind, especially to friends, and even more especially to strangers. Dox and Trickery. And then this one we want Smite, Holy Lance, Inspiring Cry. Okay. So Drowned Crew, once again, has the Anchorman, which is a really annoying part of this fight. He does sound like he'd be fun at a party, mainly just because if anything that I've learned from watching the 2 Anchorman movies is to be believed, Anchormen are hilarious. Specifically, Ron Burgundy. However, okay. Medium champion. We want 18 food. 14 torches. 3 keys. Shovels. Top of water. 2 herbs. Okay. Oh, hey. You know what would be better? if I give you guys access to this sick.
And my contempt for their crude extortion. At the witching hour, the anchor pulled with preternatural force, dragging craft and crew down into the depths. They must have cried out, but no sound escaped the swirling black waters.
Okay.
The poor devils,
Poor devil's chained out.
and drowning for eternity.
That's a crazy scout to get immediately. We immediately find the secret door and a coral. Good disarm.
The light, the promise of safety. Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold. The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Bas relief. I don't think we brought something to work with bas relief, but I also don't think you need anything to work with bas relief. This is the other thing, is like, these would all be things that I would remember every single time if I did not only play this once a week and then forget everything that I did last week every time I boot up the game again. Early riser, love that. More speed, always welcome.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Okay, so we don't have any reason to go there. We'll go this way. Nasty gash, I don't love. Kid resistant though, so that's nice. Maddening Wind on Balioi kind of sucks. Good to know that we're back into the era of having to contend with the Crimson Curse. Huge crit, love that. Massive crit. Oh, so that guy's just dead now. So we got the bleed as well. Huge, huge heal.
For death by
Dead.
inches.
Good resist. We need to be able to do 15 damage there. Exactly. Accidental Vampirism would be a much better name, I agree. Big heal. The thing is like, that's the other thing, is like, by the time I started playing this game, all of the DLCs were out, and so I've never played just the vanilla version of this game, which means that I always have played with trying to deal with this Crimson Curse, and the Crimson Curse just super sucks.
The slow death, unforeseen,
Huge
unforgiving.
crit. That actually helps a lot. There we go. Got it.
Surges as the enemy crumbles.
Take that. Now we have a room battle with this Curio. Let's get out of here. Gonna bleed. stun here.
Press
Perfect.
this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Can we get another bleed? There we go.
Great is the
There we
weapon
go,
that
Balioi.
cuts on
He's
its
getting
own.
a crazy amount of bleeds.
Eradicated.
Just start getting some stress heals on Balioi. Big. Huge bleed.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Can we get a stun? Just a stun, no. That's not a good crit.
Body and brain.
Hate to see that. But I do have Toxic Debris, so I can heal my own bleed. Huge 13.
Sedated.
And then that should be that. There we go. Got out of it.
Gently. This is how
Navigated
life
that
is taken.
expertly. Take the food, leave everything else. Okay, so I think priority is find the boss fight room. Honestly, it's worth it to get the stress heal. Eerie Coral as well. Okay. Klepto is a really bad one. You're not one of my DD. Balioi, I think, is also not one of my DDs. There's Pino. There we go.
Another mariner.
So
Another
2
missile.
shovels left, which is good because that means we'll have a shovel left over to go open up the big clamshell. Okay, Shadow Fade. Let's get this whole thing going. Get the blight going. Can we get the stun? We did. Perfect. Honestly, kind of fine with that. That was not good though. We'd like to have gotten that dodge to be a hit. Okay, that honestly fixes a lot for me. Huge crit.
Obliterated.
We keep stacking blight. 14 damage around, I'll take that. Divine Comfort, everybody. Start healing off all of these. Need their stun resist to go off. Get out of there. Damage around, kind of nice. Ooh, huge crit. there we go. Perfect. And then you should be dead to your blight.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit.
Grab that.
Inordinate
Don't want any of the
exaggeration
rest of
be
this.
considered a virtue.
Can we scout, please? Or are we going up or are we going down? We going down, and there's 2 fights, so we can. Didn't want to do that. We can do this, but let's get you bandaged, and then let's camp here. Go fight this
Gather
boss.
close in tenuous firelight and uneasy companionship.
So this is my only night ambush.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Glory. Fish Idol I know is a good one. Holy Water is big damage buff. Oh, this is an easy one. Cool, perfect. This is what we wanted then. Is we wanted an easy one like this prior to going into this boss fight. There we go.
A faint hope blossoms.
Stun? Don't love that.
Clarified in a single strike.
Don't love that at all. Big crit there. Huge.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Okay, here's our boss fight. Let's go see how it goes. This is the drowned crew. We're just gonna try and damage race these people. The drowned anchorman now is a real problem, but the whole thing we're trying to do is just blight stack on the drowned crew forever. And shadow fade for big damage. And then try and get stuns here.
Beyond one's limit.
There we go, we stunned him. That's the only thing you do, exactly. It's just, we have to just try to not die. Is the only plan. All hands on deck. Pulls me forward. 88 damage. That. Start doing the healing with the Vestal. What we need to do is, we wanted you to go after Mike. Okay. Can we... like to get people back into their correct positions. We are still doing big damage, which is nice. Huge dodge as well there. Can you pull you forward? Let you pull forward. There we go.
A powerful blow.
Get some light on you. Big dodge. Huge dodge. Don't pull. Didn't pull. Big dodge. That's why we brought you up there, is because you can dodge literally everything. Huge dodge there as well. Just kill you. I think we win here. I think this is just... Yeah, there we go. And that is the drowned crew.
Deep in the swirling blackness, far beyond the light's reach.
And then we'll just go pick up some more rewards. Yay. Please don't kill my Vestal. I need to heal my Vestal.
Well struck.
That's a good crit. Too bad it was on the one person that has taken no damage. Huge. Okay, so now this guy's gonna be dead to dot. We don't need to do any damage there. Big number. There we go. Just get some damage. Okay.
To the pit.
That guy's gone. Just start getting heals in as much as we can. Dots. There we go.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Cool. And so now it's just you. Oh, come on. And now we get a collector hallway? What are we doing? Come on, Darkest Dungeon. You give me a collector fight at this moment in time? Localized in this area? Can I get a stun? There we go. Perfect. Huge. 15 points per round. Fifteen's huge. So we do need to just kill this Vestal as fast as possible. That's a bad crit. That's also bad.
And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
He stayed alive. Death's Door. Let's go, baby. Oh, come on. That was a bad dodge for us. Okay, there's a good heal. Mid game's hard. Huge heal. Love. We're getting buffs and heals going into this guy. There we go. Bandage there. Get a stun, please. There we go. Because now he's no longer protected, so we can get damage in. Show collection's good, because that means he's not making another person. And we get another stun. There we go. Okay, so this should end up in a dead collector.
A predator is often blind to its
There we
own
go.
peril.
Oh, jeez. We've gotten unlucky today in all of our hallway fights. Our hallway fights have been absolutely insane.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Masterfully executed.
Don't love the spear fishing. There we go. Tidal Slam. We can take the damage. Blight. There we go. Nice.
Flesh is knit.
Double crit on that heal. Dead to that, so we don't need to worry about you anymore. Can we get a stun? Couldn't get the stun. Just heal everyone.
Is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Okay, arterial pinch. Resist the pinch. Let's go, Percy. Big 13. Didn't like that. Okay, got the 10-point bleed, but he will definitely go first. don't actually care about that. Heal it like this. Okay, 1 damage was all we needed because now he's dead to a dot.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Eldritch Altar. Is there any thing I need to know? Holy water would purge a negative quirk. So because we don't have any holy water, we don't interact anymore. We're gonna go do this Curio and then maybe this as well. Because like we also have not gotten a single hunger check in this dungeon, which is remarkable. There we go. Big hunger.
Wealth beyond measure.
So now we don't need
Brave
this truck
and the
anymore.
foolhardy alike.
And then we go to this room battle. And then I think we'll be good. We can maybe go check this other thing. There we go. Finally we're getting our hunger checks. Stashed heirlooms.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Do damage to the thrall. Dead thrall. Just get everyone up to full health. Seaward slash. Okay. Big dodge. Okay, so that guy's
Another
dead.
abomination cleansed from our lands.
There we go. Huge. And then we heal everyone up. He's dead to the dot. But this is fine. There we go.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten. A handsome reward for a task well performed.
Okay. There we go. And then we can get out. So that was a good run. Sanguine stuff I don't really care about. Bruised Bell is nice. Made a lot of money, got a lot of heirlooms. Vinum contracted a disease. The Worries. And Valioi got a Clotter, which I replaced Quick Reflexes, which is not great, but
Let the
Bleed
organ
resist is
notes
nice.
ring out from the abbey. The sisters are gathering.
so we got Vestals. But we don't need Vestals. Do we have a sick Hellion in here? No Hellion. Wrong one. Down here. Get rid of the Worries. Valioi. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5. 1 5 So, now, we do have to do some welds. We don't have a musket ball, but I don't really just want to do a long. Hello, Atreus Ninja. We are winning. We did, you know, have a Hellion die, which is really annoying, because we now have to go find another Hellion. And then we have to level a Hellion. But we've also gotten really unfortunate in our hallway fights, in that we've just gotten a ton of hallway fights. Yeah, so this is with all the DLCs. We're in fact trying to beat all of the DLCs and to do all of the bosses. And we've made a lot of progress. We're on to the last courtyard. We only have Endless version of Prismatic to do. So, like, we've made a lot of that progress. This is the DLCs, all bosses. Right now we're trying to get our Weld up to level 7 so we can do the last Weld boss. And then we have to focus Courtyard, and then we start doing Darkest Dungeons. Is the current plan. But we're building towards our Darkest Dungeon teams, which means we need to start leveling people like this level 4 Plague Doctor. Courtyard is a DLC. Crimson Courtyard is a DLC. Crimson Courtyard is a DLC. Prismatic. The Farmstead is a DLC as well. I'm trying to remember exactly what the name of that DLC is. Turn off my cap lock. I can check right here because I have it pulled up. Darkest Dungeon. Additional content. Oh, DLCs. There we go. So they had Crimson Court was their first DLC, and then their second DLC was Color of Madness. And then there's also the Shield Breaker, which is an additional class. This one right here. That's DLC. And then the Musketeer is DLC. But there's also Butcher's Circus, which is like a PvP version of DLC, which we also have that one, but we haven't. Yeah, that's what's up. There's a lot of fun things going on here. Do a weld. Let's do this medium. Bring this guy. This guy. Conical ball trinkets. Obsidian dagger. The Shield Breaker. And then, what's something that gives us the least amount of stress? Like, most stress resist we can get. I think it's just book. There we go. Yeah, most stressors that equals constant crits. I agree. I'm just trying to do the last of the Shield Breaker quest line. And the Shield Breaker quest line requires me to get ambushed in the middle of the night and then take the the stress there, so I just want to not get stressed as much. I was gonna say, Kidjo Nacho, you are not incorrect though. Like if we could get your crit really, really high on Great Bull, then we would be able to do that. Yeah, exactly. And we could take a Jester. I thought about taking a Jester. You can also bring a No, you're totally fine, Casual Nacho. That's totally fine. Welcome to the stream, by the way. It's great to have you. Mainly we're going just because we need to get this second Plague Doctor up to level 6, and so we're just trying to like power level this Plague Doctor. We also need to get our Weld progress to 7, so I need to finish this mission. Which we would have done earlier, except for that, exactly. He's not serious. Wants to know why the cultists are so serious. And he's so good at just, like, singing a song. We want 18 food. We want 16 torches. We want 2 keys. 3 shovels. Holy water. 2 herbs. Yeah, blacksmith and guild upgrades are 100% done. We're working on finishing getting all our sanitarium upgrades, just because we're trying to build our Darkest Dungeon teams, and so we're using every week to put people into the sanitarium and lock in quirks and get rid of bad quirks for our Darkest Dungeon teams. Oh yeah, on the heroes we've got all that. Because he's level 4 and can only have up to 4s. He's 5 and hasn't unlocked his level 5s yet. And then I do need to upgrade Giffard here. This matches of ours. Good reminder. I can do skill upgrades. I also forgot to put people in here. So like Reynold, we want to lock in your Fated. Yeah, so we're trying to get patient cells just so we can do the max number of people in here. Now we get to provision by all those again, but that's not hard. We know we want this, we know we want these 2. We want 3 shovels, 2 keys, holy water, 5 of those. 4 of these. 2 of those. There we go. So yeah, heroes are all ready to go. Let's do this. Comp doesn't seem horrible. It's got like a little bit of shuffle up top. If we can shuffle our man-at-arms and our
I knew all these paths
Here.
once. Now they're as twisted as my own ambitions.
We're just trying to do 90% of rooms. Let's go down and around. Ooh, the rat.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Okay. I hate this, but we can do this. Can I pull you? Nice, good pull. Don't like that damage. Okay. Ooh, love that. Huge. Big target. We can work with the red. That's a little more unfair. Oh, that's a nice crit. There we go. 46. I'll take that. Just get rid of these so we don't get any more doing big damage. Do the little heals. Huge dodges. Love those. Big crit.
Pummeling. Precision and power.
Nice stun. There you go.
The beast, the greater the glory. This expedition at least promises success.
There we go. Ooh, we found a secret door. That's nice. We've gotten very lucky on our secret doors so far today, which is very nice.
The light, the promise of safety. Continue the onslaught.
Now we have to worry about the big one here.
Them all.
Big crit. Huge. Big stun. Don't love that we missed there. Can we get... Cytokinesis. Can we get one damage? We got one damage. There we go. Don't love that dodge. Big stun. There we go. Then we should be able to get enough damage here to just get out of this fight. Perfect. Love it.
Trifling victory.
Because we know this room is empty, there's no point in going that way, and we only need to do 90% of rooms anyways. Still some meat left on those bones? Take it.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Do at least one of these fights, and then we can reevaluate whether or not we want to do a rest
As the light
after this fight, or if we want to do both of these fights.
spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear. In Radiance, may we find victory.
Oh, this is an easy fight. Okay. Big dodges. Jeez, we have gotten real good dodges.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Go. Blanket fire. Only one that keeps not dodging is our Plague Doctor. He's just a little guy. He's
Give
just
them
a
no
little
quarter.
guy. Big crit. That's a nice crit. Crit. There we
As
go.
the
Got
fiend
it.
falls, a faint hope blossoms. As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Because of how easy that was, let's do this next battle and then we can do our rest. With that too, we might wait one more hallway after this. This is a really annoying. This is old lady and her dogs. Old lady and her dogs is a really crappy fight.
Masterfully executed.
Honestly, just kind of want to do this because now all the dogs are more incentivized to attack.
Exposed to a killing blow.
Curse vulnerability does suck though, that's bad. That's good damage though. Light finally stuck there. So she's dead to her blood.
Great is the
These two
weapon
should
that
both be
cuts
dead
on
to
its own.
individual attacks. There we go, got that dog. Missed the dog. Unfortunate. Jeez, this dog. Huge. Don't like that crit. Big crit. take a nap.
Circle in the dark. The battle may yet be won.
Snake skin. Transform you. Just get the damage. Can we get to... Okay, well, there wasn't a snake. The whole reason we did this comp was so that we could try to get a snake comp, but we didn't get a snake. Kleptomaniac kicks in.
Nature herself, a victim to the spreading corruption, malformed with misintent.
There we go, here we go. This is not bad comp. Take these fights. There we go.
Confusion, nerves, and panic.
Big dodge. Just kill the guy that gets the attack, and then everyone stack damage on this guy. Good heal. Another good heal.
Well
Nice
struck.
crit. Good heal. Massive crit on that heal. There we go.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Heal so much stress with that. Okay, so let's go to this room so we can get the secret room.
The darkness holds much worse than mere trickery and boogeymen.
Okay, so we're gonna go do this hallway down to the right, and then we probably have to go to this bottom room. There's a good disarm. Okay, this fight sucks. This is a bad fight. Just start buffing people. Ruinous Hex is going to ruin me. Nice resist. And big block. He can't be marked, which is why we did that. Oh, come on. Such good dodge. I actually
A
hit it.
dizzying blow to body and brain.
Everyone's marked. Big crit. Big crit is there.
Ground quakes.
Start getting. Honestly, most of these things are just like a ton, so like it's gonna be bad. Good heal.
Compassion is a rarity in the fever pitch of battle.
Big crit. Okay, there's one less person to worry about. Love that. That's a good heal there too. There we go. Finally, we hit. Okay, didn't like that. Jeez, hate that.
And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
There we go. Finally got rid of it. Big heal. There we go. Please get stunned this time. Didn't get stunned. Okay, got rid of the blight. Huge heal, there we go. There we go. Okay, can we get it done, please? There we go. Big crit. So we're hitting all these huge crits and things, but what we're failing on is the weakening curse. Just did that. There we go.
Victory.
Got out of that.
Perhaps the turning point.
Get this ruby, get this sapphire, this.
A fortune waiting to be spent.
now we're gonna get to the scary part of this run where we're gonna have. Oh, there we go. We're good. We got out. So let's just get out. Perfect. We cleared it.
Reduces the isolation of our
We are gonna make a whole bunch of money. 25,000 money. Weibo has contracted an illness. Scurvy. Giffard is enlightened. And Busquet got healer's gift. Ooh. Higher healer skills from camping. He also hit level 6. And
the degeneracy of the hamlet is nothing, I fear,
Jardine hit
when
level
compared
4,
to the condition
level 5,
of surrounding acres.
So you need to go in here. Your scurvy. The quest did work out, Kejonacho. We just finished it. No issues. Now we need to do our... Okay, so here's our weekly check to find a Hellion.
Barbaric rage and unrelenting savagery make for a
Unfortunately, it's a level 1 Hellion. Hot to Trot is fantastic. Hot to Trot is super good. Hot to Trot absolutely rips. We just have to get them from level 0 to level 6 sooner rather than later, and we have to fight this Brigand 16-pounder. So that's my next thing I'm going to do, is we're going to try and figure out if we have a Brigand team that's good enough right now. So, we would like to bring a leper, bounty hunter, yeah, usually, which is what we're trying to bring. One arbalist. We want you to have Chop, Revenge, and Solemnity. You have Revenge, you have Chop, you have Solemnity. Okay, that's good. Yeah, but like also, we have a team that's capable of just killing the Fuse dude every turn pretty reliably. It's like we can just kill the Fuse dude. Collect bounty. Flashbang. Vulnerability hex, we've got pistol, artillery, spear. Okay. Let's do this exchange. I need 19. There we go. Okay, so we need to give you accuracy, Mr. Guerribou. And then I'd like another accuracy. Accuracy on Guerribou. Hadar, we would like you to have accuracy on your range skills. Artillery, vulnerability hex, and weird. I think we'll also just bring Hands from the Abyss because it gives you a stun chance. Then we would like healing. Call it. We can give you. Dart, we want to give you Wolf's Tassel, not Pet. Bullet, we can give you Prophet's Eye. And Bedtime Story. I have 2 Ancestors pens. I can't remember why. I think I found one in a dungeon as a random drop. And then one of them was a reward for doing the dungeon. Yeah, I have 2 Ancestors pens. 1 pistol. It's wild. It's a good problem to have. Yeah, it was wild. It was so funny. I was just like, since I found a pen and then I got the pen. I was like, there you go. We got so many pens. Nothing else we want, right? Tough bring soon up. I am a pen klepto. I have so many pens. I have my pens. I have your pens. We got so many pens. And the thing is, like, I don't even use my pens. I didn't know it was possible either until I ended up with 2 pens. And I was like, oh, this is fantastic. We want 18 food. 16 torches. You know, I would wonder if it depends on how ancestral they are, because they've been sitting around for a while. They might have ink in it, but it's probably all dried up. Some keys, shovels. Just some herbs, bandages. Cool. Ancestors Inkwell would also be fun.
Some domestic distraction. I instructed my newly formed militia of hardened bandits, brigands, and killers to go forth and do their work. Compliance and order were restored, and the noisome population of the hamlet was culled to more manageable numbers. The smell of sulfur and gunpowder hangs in the air. The war machine is close.
trapped. Okay, resist.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Okay, there we go. So many people that are just like, hey, I just want to
Handsome
look
reward
at these dead
for a
corpses.
task well performed.
Nice dodge. Clear the mark with the Arbalest, which is really nice. Tarnsville will just heal themselves. Clear the marks. That was a bad heal. That was a crit on a 2, which is so unfortunate. That's a big dodge though. Finally got rid of the big guy.
Falls.
This little guy's much less troublesome. There we go, finally a heal. There's a good heal.
Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered. Ringing ears, blurred vision. The end approaches.
There we go, got rid of that. So now everyone's gonna be up front. Just get rid of the guys that can move.
No quarter.
There we go. Got it. Perfect, perfect, perfect.
Destroy them all.
All that. Take some deeds. We have now walked straight into 2 traps so far and dodged both of them, which is great.
In Radiance, may we find victory. Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Huge crit. There we go. Love that.
Annihilated.
Big heal. Unfortunate dodge. that.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Christine Fountain, do you do anything other than stress heal? Christine Talisman, Christine Fountain. It just only stress heals, but like, I guess we could find someone who's the most stressed out. You? We have a billion foods. We're good.
The light,
There.
the promise of safety.
This is an annoying fight. Big crit.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
That's good damage.
Their formation is broken. Maintain
There we go.
the offensive.
Side of Nietzsche's I don't love. You can deal with these guys pretty easily. This is the one that I really care about. Is the cat that's floating light.
Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration.
There we go.
Eradicated.
Huge crit. There we go. Good. Okay,
As the
now we've
fiend
killed all
falls,
of the people.
A faint hope
Light.
blossoms.
Now it's just beat up everyone else. Big crit.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Don't love the dodge there. Okay, we killed the
A
big guy.
victory.
We can't get another big guy.
Perhaps a turning point.
There we go, big heal. kill. Easy game. Easy life. Take some rubies. I'll take
This
sapphire.
expedition at least promises success.
Dang it.
Eyes of youth,
Another collector?
and
Really?
made merciless.
Huge crit. There we go. Don't stun me.
Impressive.
Come to me. There we go. Please don't stun. There we go. Good. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't do any damage, and I got a really bad heal. That's good. Don't look the guard.
A powerful
crit.
blow.
It's done. Collect calls. Only moves me back one. Perfect. Let's heal. There we go. We've healed our cultist back up. There's a
As the
collector.
rulers
Jeez,
go
that's
in,
our second collector fight today, chat.
rats prepare to feast.
What's going on? Why won't this guy just leave us alone? He just wanted to be like, hey, look at this disembodied head.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. A fortune waiting to be spent. The way is lit. The path is clear.
Okay.
We require only the strength to follow it.
There we go. Huge. Bump of the night. Big dodge. Nice.
Masterfully
Big crit.
executed.
Huge crit.
Vigor
There we
is
go.
restored.
And now we just have these little bone militia, and these are easy to kill. Huge crit. Big damage. There we go.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
A single scout at any point would be huge, because I would like to know which of these rooms is the room that I'm trying to get to.
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike. Curious is the trap maker's art. His efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes.
you will get planned takedown. Reflection. This is how we do it. Okay. There's a bit of damage. Love the damage. Revenge of the old gods. Good dodge. Go hit there. There we go. There we go.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
2 and 3? Yeah, you would. I was gonna say, that's why I do need to do that, because Hands from the Abyss is one of the ones that I wanted to do. I also need to swap the Weakening Curse to Vulnerability Hex. We also need to swap you from Withstand to Revenge. But yeah, swapping here is not bad. He loses Abyssal Artillery though, which is annoying. Because like having the Abyssal Artillery is very good. Mark Heal Stun Pull does sound really good. Okay. Yeah, it's stun versus artillery is the thing.
Nature herself, a victim to the spreading corruption, malformed with misintent.
There we go. This is our brigand. Found it.
Destruction. How quickly the tide turns.
There we go. Killed the pyro. Get her set up.
Mortality clarified in a single strike.
Got back another guy. Can we get a stun? There we go. I'd like a bigger heal next time, please. 'Cause that heal wasn't even as good as my lead.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden. Confusion, nerves, and panic. A devastating blow. Exposed to a killing blow.
Jeez, Turnville, I need you to stop rolling 4s. It does have minus 18 speed. It's all good, it's all good. Thank you, thank you. There we go. Finally, something that... Okay, let's stun you. Don't have to kill.
A momentary
There
abatement.
you go.
Well struck.
There's damage. And that guy can die.
Dazed, reeling, about to break. A singular strike.
Huge dodge. Massive. Do you have something that like makes you so that you are extra susceptible? No? No? There's no reason why I should be doing so bad. Good crit. There we go. Got a big guy. Don't like the way he dodged. There we go, 34 is nice. Mark you. There we go, finally. We did get another bleed, which means that we are like 100% hit rate on getting a bleed on you. But visual crit. Go. Kill both of them.
The greater the glory. A decisive
Big crit.
bubbling.
Big heal. There we go. Finally, we're getting big heals. About time. Big crit.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
Huge crit. Love that. There we go. Got that. Don't love that. We now took more damage on that bleed than we took. For that.
Inspiration and improvement. A dizzying
love
blow
that.
to body and brain.
Multiple crits. That's a good heal. Big double crit there. Good night. We can probably just kill this thing, right? Damage. That's a bad one. Okay. Can you do 1 damage? There you go. Perfect. We've killed the brigand.
At home amongst
Oh,
the
okay.
headstones.
Huge crit. Big crit there. Love that. There we go. So I don't know what it was about that fight, but we were not getting good rolls on our middles for our number. That's a good dodge from Hadar.
Monster's size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
Don't love that they dodge. Just trying to get damage in. Just push damage. That's all we're doing here. Huge crit.
Size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Big heal. Ironic. There you go. Misclick. There's a good heal. There we go.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Cool. Let's get out of here. Perfect. We beat our boss. We got a lot of gold. We got a lot of heirlooms. Buerbo. Took Risk Taker. Huge. Plus 10 damage. Cove Tactician. Thornville. Fear of Eldritch is less good. Fillet. Tough. I'll take Tough over Ruins Tactician. We don't really need Ruins Tactician anymore. Tough seems really, really good.
Things are not as bad as they seem.
Ooh. Just everyone gets free stress heals, so we don't have to put anyone into the stress heal. One good week. There we go. And with that, we've defeated all of the main game bosses. We just have to defeat the Sleeper and the Countess.
Curious methodologies and apparatus can calm even the most tormented soul.
Spiritual seems good. Blood release. Okay, so We do need to just start doing stuff to get our new characters going. So we need that, and then the question is what are we gonna run this composition into? Do something like this. Let's get rid of all these. That, the only thing that we need here is gonna get portrait, book. Everything we can get both of each. Where are you? Okay, so buy these. Okay. Sorry, I'm also not speaking very much, but I can definitely turn down the music by a lot. That should make the music quieter. That should be better. There we go, there we go. It also helps if I speak into the mic. I can also raise the mic. There we go. Okay, so what of these codes is the best? I don't think we care about the Tome of Holy Healing. We could rather get they're the same amount, essentially. There we go. Okay, let's do this. Keys. Holy water. Herbs. More bandages. Sharpened spear. Battle trance. Wound care. They've got gallows humor. There we go. We're gonna try to get we're gonna try and not kill this this particular barbarian, this Hellion.
The smell of rotting fish is almost unbearable.
Good disarm.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted.
There we go.
And purpose is made clear. In Radiance, may we find victory.
Actually, Adrenaline Rush seems pretty good for us in this particular instance.
The way is lit. The path
Okay,
is clear.
so
We require only the strength to follow it.
oh, I forgot to update you. You're my damage, so let's buff you. Lower the amount of damage you can do. Good that we did that, because now it'll counteract the damage buff. There's a good one. Light. That's good damage too. I like that. Can we get a yop, please? Can I get a yop? I got a yop. It didn't stun the wern I wanted it to. Don't love the sea breeze. That's a good heal. It's actually a massive heal. There's a good heal. Heal on my own bleed, give myself the buff.
A time to perform
beyond one's limits.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
Big dodge. Barriers back up. Big dodge. There we go. Huge. There we go.
Broken. Maintain the offensive.
Don't like that dodge. Love it. Perfect. Please don't crit. Did not crit.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Good key. Let's adjust some of these skills a little bit. Plague Grenade and Blinding Grenade I still like. Let's get rid of this, though, for... Noxus Blast. And then you... Bowl, maybe? Oh, I hate this fight. Okay. Everything sucks all of the time.
Festering fear consumes the mind.
Brawl should be dead now, so we don't have to worry about the explosion.
This is how a life is taken.
Can we get some blight on you? No blight. You can stack a lot of blight on this gas, though. That'll be nice.
Returns even the boldest gaze.
There we go. Got that. Got that. Got that. There we go. Got that. Gold toss? Okay. Can we get a good result proc? No, we were fearful. Fair enough.
Fear and frailty finally claim their due.
Good damage, though. Just start stacking blight here. Crazy. Jeez, stop doing this. This is why I hate fighting ghouls.
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving.
These things are just so annoying.
Their cursed champion falls. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
So we unfortunately are going to have to like early camp at the end of this fight.
Impressive. Confidence
There we go. So we
surges
got
as
rid of
the
that
enemy
guy.
crumbles.
Okay, regular damage we can just kind of take because like the bleed's annoying, but like we can definitely come back from that. It's the maddening shanties of the world that are annoying because that's 26 stress damage to our Hellion. Done? Okay, so this is no longer...
certainty. The birthplace
Irrational.
of
Okay,
dread.
so we're still not gonna get virtue procs.
A dizzying blow to body and brain.
Massive.
A hand's breadth from becoming unwound.
Love that you passed your turn. There's a heal. You stacked 12 points of bleed on it though, which is not great. So we have to pass those medicine. Good dodge. Love that.
As life
We're having
ebbs,
heart attacks every turn now.
terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves. As
There
the
we go.
fiend
Got rid of you.
falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Big heal. There we go. Massive.
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
Perfect timing on that.
Teetering on the
because,
brink,
we aren't gonna die.
facing the abyss.
Nope, we did die. Cool. So we've lost another Hellion. We just can't keep Hellions alive.
Soothed,
Okay, there's that.
sedated.
Okay, there we go that.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own. A moment of respite. A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors. The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Honestly, I think we just abandoned this. The whole reason we're in here is to get our Hellion, and our Hellion died, so... Now we have to find another
Can
Hellion.
you feel it? The wall
Fanatic is
between
back.
the sane world and
We
that
still don't have anyone with the
dimension
curse,
of
so he's not gonna
delirium
hunt
are
us down.
tenuously thin here.
now we just need to get more Hellions. Honestly, we need to get Hellions that are just not level 0, is the real answer. So, what do we want to do? I think maybe we just do one of these. One of these. So we can do Necromancer's Collar plus Unholy Slayer Ring, Sharpening Sheath, Scroll. Other scroll. There we go. Try this. Just go on a run. Long Ruins. We want 24 food. 24 torches. 3 keys. 3 shovels, 6 holy water. Just go on a money run. Try and get availability. It's like the whole thing we're doing right now is we're just buying time of like we need to get more Crimson Curse levels so that we can get invitations and we can get progress in that whole regard. And we need to do
as the light gains purchase.
We need to get a second Hellion just to bake all of our DBTs.
And purpose is made clear.
And so we're just now at the point where we're like buying time trying to do that.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Don't ever read books. Reading books is always bad. Crit. Don't love how that went. Antiquarian can take one shot. There we go. Dodge. Buff. Is it stun? Stun would be sick. Nope, stun resist. Don't want him ever taking 30 again. Punishment. Okay, huge dodge. There we go. That's why we do the dodge one.
Press disadvantage.
Love that.
Give them no quarter.
Just heal up. Get another heal in here. Did we get a stun? Didn't get a stun. There, we can heal everybody. Perfect. Honestly, this gets us into a better position anyways. Heal you up.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Take everything.
Be wary.
And open this.
Triumphant pride precipitates a
Take that,
dizzy
take
fall.
these. Oh, finally a scout. There we go. That's honestly the worst thing I've ever seen. Such an early secret room. And we already missed
The
it.
ground
But
quakes.
we'll be fine. Protect me.
Confidence
Okay.
surges as
There we
the
go.
enemy crumbles.
Good dodge. Good dodges again.
Decimated.
Fight over.
This expedition at least
We want
promises
that.
success.
Take as much of that as we can carry. We don't like books. Don't like Iron Maiden.
A moment of respite. A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors.
Bandit sense. Nice incantation. Machine guns.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
This can open up some opportunities.
And now, the darkness holds dominion. Black as
This,
death.
want this.
The light, the promise of
That.
safety.
Okay. Okay, so now it's just a weird, like, waiting game. Early camp. What is our clear condition again on this one? This is a 90% of rooms. Ninety percent of rooms we should be able to do pretty easily. Nice crit. There we go. Done. Perfect. Narrator, dude, the light of safety is a savage line. Yeah, Wayne June here. You know, sometimes he has bangers and sometimes he has links, and we're like, come on, Wayne June, we know what that was. Big dodge. Don't like that they also dodge.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
There you go, that's a big one. And then just heal yourself. The one person you're not supposed to attack, idiot.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Okay, what do we get going down this way?
Even
There's
the
a shovel.
cold stone seems bent on preventing passage.
Can we get a scout? Jeez, a third chest? We're already out of keys. Okay, gets my Vestal back to full, gets the Antiquarian almost full. Big dodge. Big dodge, big damage. Perfect, perfect. Wow,
Mortality
big crit.
clarified in a single strike.
Carnivorous plants. You know, that's a good one. You have some misses a lot of the time, Midnight Campaign. That was a hit. That was a good one.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
That's good. There we go. Got rid of the Bone Sergeant. Big buff. Really the only one who's hurting him.
A dizzying blow to
And that's
body
why we
and
did it,
brain.
because he's still marked, so he's going to take extra damage.
Impressive.
Take this.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow
Fleet Florin
and
is
insidious
pretty good.
killer.
We don't have it either. We don't think we need it, so we'll just leave it. Skip that room. We can do every other room. Resisted the trap at least, that's nice. Protect me! Thank you. Done? Sick. There we go. Huge dodge. Fair dodge back. 100% you don't hit your target or bystander seconds. Exactly. 100% of shots you don't hit.
A
Huge
singular
crit. There we
strike.
go. Massive.
The bigger
Got rid of the bloodletter.
the greater the glory.
Don't like that he got the mark off. Just keep dodge maxing.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
Nice, good crit.
Sedated.
Also a huge crit. Okay, and now the only thing he can do is Russian shots. Which is nice, because that doesn't do any damage, really, and has a really high chance of miss. So trying to get some stress heals in while we've got time.
The blood quickens.
Wow, he actually hit me.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
A buff is good enough.
Huddled together, furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
There we go. Food's good. Okay, we can take this. This is not a hard fight. Make sure that we kill the guy that can do thing we can't interact with. That one still does blight.
Annihilated.
Out of this fight. There we go.
Success
Grab
so clearly
any of
in
those
view.
carry.
Or is
Yeah.
it merely a trick of the light?
Can we get a scout? Nope. Okay. Okay, maggots. Maggots all the way down. There we go. Got rid of another maggot. Heal up everybody.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Take the double dodge. Good dodge. There we go. Just heal you. Just heal him up the last little bit. There we go. Got everyone.
A trifling victory. But a victory,
But a victory
nonetheless.
nonetheless. Okay, so here's our Crimson Curse showing up. Okay, that's big damage. Did some damage to someone. Good crit. crit. That's a good hit. I don't like that we got our healer stuck, but... There we go. Good crit again. Don't love that. Kill the guy that does big damage and stuns. Heal up everybody. Not bad. Nice dodge. There we go, Tipu. Perfect. Got it.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
So no one got Crimson Curse, and we still haven't found the things that we need to interact with to get our invitations. So we can't go to the Countess. Of the versions of this fight that exist, this is the easiest version of this fight. Good target to have. There we go. Heal everyone up, and then we can do a dedicated heal on Percy. Start buffing the block. Big crit. There we go. Don't like the double dodge there. I like to hit, and I like them to miss. Not the other way around. That'll kill you. Jeez, 34 dodge.
Well
There we go,
struck.
just a crit. Get out of this fight. Well struck.
Seize this momentum. Push on
Push
to the
on
task's
to the task's
end.
end. Okay, there's the scout. Let's just go all the way around. Don't want to read books. Books are always bad. Star miss. Locked sarcophagus is also bad for us. We have already used all of our keys.
Precision
Good crit.
and power.
And it's done. There we go. Oh, huge crit.
Masterfully executed. A
Another huge crit.
devastating blow.
Jeez, we're flying through this. Just heal everyone up. We can just push damage, right?
Their
Yeah, there we go.
cursed
Let's push
champion
damage.
falls.
Take that. Those. Yeah, lock sarcophagus. I don't think. Oh, we have a shovel. We can use our shovel on it.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles,
There we go.
paid for in blood.
Another scout. Go to this room battle. Got plenty of food. Because we keep finding food, which is nice. Double shield wall is annoying, but this isn't the first fight. We specifically don't want to do the guard block this time because it marks him. We don't want to do the There we go, 21's a good start. Eventually we just need to hack through all of these shield walls. That's the whole point. There we go, got through one of them. There we go.
Inspiration and improvement.
Nice jab. Good dodge. Heal up for everybody up. No! Stop dodging. It's no fun when you dodge. Dodge from us. Didn't dodge. I specifically requested that you dodge. Why didn't you dodge? That's another big crit. Huge crit, not on the right person. We need to crit heal on yourself. But that's a good crit too. We love that. Good heal.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Nothing must be undisturbed. This might be the last two rooms. That's the last room, so we can just get out of here.
The shifted corridors and sloped walls of our ancestry are
Got good
beginning to feel
heirlooms,
familiar.
good stuff. Apparently Pano and Tupul both got diseases from that. Ennui and Vertigo. So I guess we'll have to get rid of those.
A fever of willful
Plus
determination
15% virtue
sweeps
chance on
through
next
the
quest is
ranks.
pretty great. I do like that. That's kind of huge. Ooh, there we go. 15. So here's an adventurer Hellion. We got our Hellion that we want.
Barbaric rage and unrelenting savagery make for a powerful
Let's
ally.
get rid of the medical ward people. Okay, now get rid of your Vertigo. Let's get rid of your Ennui. Percy. Clement. Glendiel. Renault. Love it. Mac. Thibaut. Okay, so I think we got time for one more. Let's try and not kill another Hellion today. What kind of cove do we think we can get up to? Do a sacred scroll, I guess. Viewpoint. Dujardin. Sinket. Ballard. But let's get rid of the Sinket, and we can bring Lothier. Soft and tuckered out too kind of suck. I think what we actually do this time is we know that it's going to be bad, so let's just bring these and that, so it's like we're going to always get a positive virtue. Of rooms. They're literally identical. One of them's just press and the other is contracts. Let's do contracts. Shovels, holy water, herbs, things. Okay. Oh, the game crashed. That's interesting. That's new. That's never happened before. What went on there?
Ruin has come to Arthur.
The game really didn't want us to go on that cove mission, I guess.
I can still see their angry faces as they stormed the manor. But I was dead before they found me. And the letter was on its way.
Okay. We can be back now. I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry about that. Chat.
The smell of rotting fish is almost unbearable.
I know it's too difficult for you. You'll be fine. ourselves.
Such a terrible assault
Don't
cannot
love
be
that you
left
did that to
unanswered.
Valor. Unfortunate there.
Their
There you
formation
go.
is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Big heal. Steal that. Huge crit. There we go, Viewpoint. Need everything.
Seize this momentum. Push
We just
on
need
to
to do
the
90%
task's
of rooms.
end.
So that's not actually that bad. Don't love that stun. Or the fact that they both dodged. I do like that we dodged that.
Devastating blow.
Love that. I would like a yacht, please. Perfect. The important thing is we want to be able to kill these two. Big dodge.
As the
Okay.
fiend falls,
Most of
faint
that
hope
down.
blossoms.
He's gonna dead to that, so we don't have to worry about him. Heal here. There we go. Perfect.
The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
We need to start stacking life on you. One. Live on one. This can do one damage. There you go.
Surges as the enemy crumbles.
Big damage.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy
Nice.
them
Cool.
all.
Take that, take this. Both of those are bad. Ooh, I like a scout.
Another mariner. Another misfortune. The way is lit. The path is
Path
clear.
is clear.
We
need
require only the strength to follow it.
We're gonna just start the yacht. Just go real yacht forward. Like okay, now higher Bryo on killing this guy as soon as possible. Oh, they're guarding each other. Love that. That's dead to its blight, so we need to focus on that. Gonna do a heal here, which is good. Not that it healed end to that thing. Well, it's a good thing we have adrenaline rush to kill our own teams. $17. I'll take it.
A decisive pummeling.
He's now dead in 2 rounds, so let's just start attacking here. There, just to keep them topped up. Damage in there. Get another one of these as well. Huge dodge. Okay, got you to full health. You to as close to full health.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Okay, we'll figure that out later.
Mind that such missteps are the exception, and not the rule.
Okay, let's do that. The run is going pretty good, Judgment Not True. We have now found our 3rd new Hellion of the stream, and we're hoping that this one won't die immediately. So far, it's going pretty well. Oh, that's a big crit. We did get a little bit waylaid, though, by the fact that we tried to start this. This run may be cursed of this particular run, because we tried to start it once, and it crashed the game for the first time ever. Like, I've literally never had this game crash since I started playing it in, like, 2018. And then it just, like, out of nowhere was like, hey, you know what we're going to do for the first time ever today? Crash. Right as I tried to launch this run.
Fear consumes the mind.
Okay, Skoogagast is now dead. Big dodge. Stacking.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Yeah, we have enough time to finish the run. I would say the plan is I try to finish at 6, but we're gonna be fine. I can go a little late. I don't have anything like immediately after stream. The thing I would be late for is eating dinner, and then I have a personal goal that I set with my therapist yesterday to try and send 3 job applications a day. So I still have to work on that tonight. But we'll have plenty of time. It'll be fine. The only other thing that I used to have that was like my this is what I gotta do Thursday nights is I got really into The Pit. And now The Pit is the 2nd season is finished, and so I don't have a thing to do immediately after stream on Thursdays.
Ghoulish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud. Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
The Pit is a TV show that was on HBO Max. It is executive produced and created by Noah Wyle, who I don't know how old you are because it's the internet, Cage or Nacho. But there was a really, really big show in the late 90s, early 2000s called ER. That was a medical drama that launched the careers of people like Noah Wyle, but also was a really big breakthrough in the career of one George Clooney. And now, I think that show ended in like 2004. So 21 years later, last year, Noah Wyle made his return to medical procedurals in creating this show called The Pit. And it's about a whole bunch of doctors working in the ER in Pittsburgh Memorial Hospital, which is why it's called The Pit, because it's about Pittsburgh. And as far as like shows go, it is one of the best, like it's one of the best shows I've ever watched, but it's also like for sure the best procedural drama I've ever watched of like this specific type. There's not a lot of them that are very good, in my opinion, and this one is just so unique in the storytelling of how it tells its story and what the story is it's trying to tell, that it is just absolutely amazing. Because the entire premise of each season of the show is that it starts at the beginning of a shift, and then it is sequentially 15 episodes in a row that are the 15 hours of one shift in the ER. And every episode goes perfectly into another. There's a lot of really sick foreshadowing. Like, it is just one of the coolest shows I have ever watched. But yeah, if you have HBO Max, I highly recommend it. For me, like, the only part about it that I don't like is that it does show a lot of, like, people that are in pretty gruesome, like, amount of hurt. Oh, okay, it auto-selected for me. And so, like, there's a lot of injuries and things like that that, like, obviously not an ideal thing to look at. And I don't really like that, but you can enjoy the show without literally watching any of those parts of it.
Single strike.
Without any issue. Don't like that dodge. But yeah, it's really cool. I highly recommend it. Big heal, there we go. Why are we getting crit twice in a row on our leg doctor? Yeah, if you don't mind the blood stuff and things like that, it's honestly a really, really good show. And for me, not liking the blood and guts and gore and all that stuff, it was a little bit of a harder watch, but it was still worth it because it's just such a well-written story that, like, I can just see that the injury's gonna come, look down here, and just listening to it, it's great. And I'm like, oh, this is perfect entertainment for what I'm trying to get out of this. Okay, finally one of them doesn't crit. I use Occultist as main healer so much. Because the thing is, it's like, it's really just how, it's just gambling is really all it is. It's just like, how much do you want to try and believe that you can actually do this? Actually, I think I'd rather want these portraits. Because, like, the big heals are big, and the little heals are real feel-bads. I'd really like to get bigger than 4 heals. There's that. Nah, great. Okay. Okay, spearfishing on him is perfect. That was bad, though. That sucked. What are we doing here?
How quickly the tide turns.
Okay, so... Don't like that we are getting so many low rolls. Yeah, it's a huge dodge. I don't need gold at this point of the game, really, at all. That's why I'm like, the gold thing came up and I was like, I don't need gold. I also, like, don't really need portraits or... Really, the answer is, I don't really need anything. I have tried Flagellants as main healers. Flagellants as main healers rip. Flagellants as main healers are really good. I'd really like you to not kill my people, please.
Or expire.
There you go. Finally a big roll. Flagellants are some of the better main healers. Obviously, the most generic main healer of, like, this is what you should be using as main healer is Vestal.
Powerful blow.
Okay, we'll kill you, and then we can work on healing people. Ballard can take the damage. There we go. There we go. There we go. We were already planning on doing it, but we will just rest in this room. That'll be our camp. Do the self-heals. Huge dodge. This... I have not tried Jesters as tanks.
Well struck.
I'm not that crazy. I know you can do it. It's the same principle behind the, like, I know you can do a dual antiquarian dodge tank build where you just get 2 antiquarians and they both do the dodge thing as much as possible.
Perhaps the turning point.
That's the other thing is, like, we stopped reading journals. I used to read every journal page in, like, silly voices, but now we've hit the point where it's like there's no real point in reading the journal pages because I've already read every journal page.
A moment of respite. A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors.
We'll do some gallows humor. The unspeakable commune. I believe that. Like, the thing is, like, there's a lot of just random builds that just are really good in this game. I'll take an anti-venom. We can sell that anti-venom, or maybe someone will get blighted.
In Radiance,
I doubt it,
we
because it's
find
really hard to get
victory.
blighted in here. We can get rid of his last negative quirk. I would say, I doubt that it's difficult to build. Like, that's the thing, there's a lot of spicy builds. And, like, I'm not doing a blind playthrough here. Like, I do know everything. The only part of this game that I have never played is specifically, I had never done Viscount or Countess. I hadn't done the last two of that, and then I haven't ever been into any of the actual darkest dungeons, because I never played long enough to get to that point. But because I've played it all before, like I have guides up and things like that, and like general helpful tools. So like I'm not above trying to do that. The thing too is like I have all these jesters on my thing that I like just never use, because the thing is like there's not a lot of places in the game that you actually want a jester for, weirdly enough.
The light,
Other than like
the
stress
promise
heal.
of safety. Ornaments, neatly ordered, lovingly admired.
I can try one. I don't know that we're gonna play anymore tonight, but we do play this game every Thursday. But if you want to tell me what a Jester tank build looks like, I can definitely see if we can run it. And if not, we can start trying to find the stuff for it. Because, like, as much as I do enjoy playing this game, I am coming up against a point where it's like, physically I am really, really hungry.
As the light gains purchase,
I do think I have a
spirits are
Jester that
lifted,
has higher dodge,
and purpose
but I
is made
can't remember
clear.
off the top of my head.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Will do. Like, that's not the problem. It's like, that's why I was like, I would totally do another run and try out Jester tonight if I wasn't just incredibly hungry right now. And because of that, we're going to do that instead. But I have no problem with doing this again next week. Of just like, hey, I'll run this out. I'll do this for Keijo Nacho. Which, by the way, dope name.
Another one falls.
We got also incredibly lucky in this run that we didn't run into any of the, like, incredibly bad stress fights. Oh, not at all. But the thing is like, it's not a pressure thing, Keijo Nacho. It's we're at the part of the game where it's like, I'm not ready to do DDs yet. Yeah, basic info is good. And so, like, trying random stuff is the thing that we're trying to do, because, like, we want to still be entertaining and have fun, but we don't actually have, like, anything. Like, the main thing I'm doing is I'm just doing runs to try and build DD teams at this point. And part of that is I want a second Hellion, and I only have one. And so that's why we keep trying to, like, burn weeks to recruit Hellions and then take them into the dungeon so we can power level our Hellions. Paranormania. Oh, Hot to Trot is huge. We got Ruin Scrounger and Ruin Stove on people. Interesting.
I was lord of this place before the crows and rats made
Now we got a
it their
plot
domain.
quest to go do Shrieker. We've already fought the Shrieker before. They want us to go do Shrieker for this tail feather. Hot to Trot Grave Robber is absolutely incredible. Hot to Trot Slugger Quick Draw Evasive Clotter. Like, this Grave Robber is insane. Which is great, because Grave Robbers are my favorite class anyways. Okay, let's... start locking some of these in. Ooh, and Warrior Light on you? She is beautiful. She is. Keijo Nacho Ballard is perfect. It's just so good. I have got a lot of really good Grave Robbers. This is another Slugger. I have planned my DDs. So I have my DD1 team pretty much fully built, in that it's going to be Highwayman, Shield Breaker. Where were my other DD1s? This is my DD1 Crusader, and then this is my DD1 Occultist. So I have my DD1. DD2 is the one that we're working on, in that we're gonna do Houndmaster, Bounty Hunter, Occultist, and then either this Hellion, depending on what she ends up getting, or most likely currently this Hellion is going to be my DD2 Hellion. And then DD3, we have another Highwayman. We have our Leper. We have our Vestal. And then this is my DD3. This is the DD3 Jester that is going to be the one that we would trial run the Dodge Jester on. He just doesn't have a dodge bonus yet, but we'd put dodge things. This is the DD. When you're trying to tell me, like, hey, what would I want to do at a tank jester? This is the tank jester for my DD3. To bring him, and then DD4, we have our third Highwayman. We have Reynald. If we get another one that lets us reanimate, what's his name? The starting Highwayman, we will, but our starting Highwayman died almost immediately. Until then, we have this guy. It's gonna be our DD4, and then this is our DD4 Occultist. And then what else am I missing for DD? Oh, and then the other one of these Hellions is going to be my DD4 Hellion, which is essentially whichever one I don't pick for DD2 is my DD4 Hellion, which is why I keep trying to, like... Yeah, DD... That's what it is. Dismas and Reynald together, which is what I would like to... I would love to get the achievement, but my Dismas is dead. My Dismas... We've had a lot of bad luck with Highwaymen and Hellions in this stream. Of, like, we lost Percy and Rincor. Dismas died even before that. And then we've already reanimated Dismas once, and then Dismas died again. And then Joland was supposed to be our DD4 Hellion, and then she died. Which is why we're now trying to get a DD4 and a DD2 Hellion again. But yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. Good to know that we don't have another stagecoach. Eventually I have to start looking into this too, because we do have to find a way to fight the Sleeper at some point. Because we want to do all bosses, which means that I have to do more. I have to learn how to do Color of Madness still, is part of that. But yeah, no. This was a good stream. We got a lot of stuff done, which is really nice. Dupont, go meditate. Pierre, go meditate. Okay, now. Pray. Yeah, the court missions have been rough. The thing is like, the court, in my experience up until this point, and I haven't done Countess yet, has been like, the process of getting from the beginning of the court to the boss is really, really difficult. And then you get to the boss, and the boss is actually really easy, has been my experience. That might not be everyone's experience. But I also usually like over-prepare for my court bosses and go really, really hard on it. The Endless Harvest is the part that I'm on Colors of Madness, just because I do eventually need to get... I want to check off all of these boxes, and one of the ones that I need is defeating the Sleeper. And I don't know how to do that other than we will eventually have to do Endless Harvest. And so then I have to start studying what I want to do for Endless Harvest and what Endless Harvest teams look like and figure that out. But we've made some good things. We've recruited and killed so many Hellions, and we had a really, really good one that unfortunately died. But Viewpoint is going to be our new hope. Yeah, that's kind of what I've heard, is that it's just like, you got to just hope that you can beat the Countess, and otherwise it's just going to be impossibly difficult. And I'm like, well, you know, that's what just the plan has to be, is you just have to bring your best and do your best and figure it out. But yeah, with that, like I said, I'm getting hungry, so I think we're gonna get heading out here. But this has been a fantastic stream. I've had a great time. This has been a lot of fun. It's been also a really well attended, like, bringing in new people stream, so I love that. Thank you all for coming in and checking us out. We hope to see you around again. If you can follow, that would help you get the notifications, but generally we do a different variety of games. Every Thursday, though, we are going to be playing more Darkest Dungeon, and pretty soon here we are going to be beating this game, finally, which is huge for me, because I've been meaning to beat this game since 2017, and just haven't And so we're hoping to get it actually done. Darkest Dungeon is amazing. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I think it's one of the best designed games of all time. Just its game tape loop is perfect. It has a lot of replayability, a lot of customization. It's fantastic. But with that, I gotta get going. Until next time, I have been Sam. This has been the Jank Drawer. Thank you so much for watching. It means a lot. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I'll see you in the next stream.